Hello, everyone. How are things going? Hope you're all doing well. You may notice by the stream title and by the background that I am not doing Spaceborne 2 tonight. I have a confession to make. Before the stream today, I was bored after work, mainly because of a security mix-up and all my credentials were lost, so I couldn't work at all today anyway. I was goofing around with the Spaceborne 2 files in the back end. I was playing around with Cheat Engine and having myself a fun old time. However, I was also an idiot and did something I couldn't fix, well, easily, and I borked the game. And possibly my save. Now, it's okay, I keep a backup of everything, but I still have to uninstall and reinstall the game. And while that's going on in the background, I figured I could still make my stream time. I would just have to do something a little bit different. So, unfortunately, there will be no Spaceborne 2 today. But if you are interested in 40k and you are interested in the Rogue Trader series, I will be playing that game today. Because I am interested in 40k and I am interested in the Rogue. I'm interested. I don't do Warhammer 40k tabletop. I do D&D and Pathfinder tabletop. But I love the Caiaphas Cain series. I'm currently in the middle of the Gaunt's Ghost series, and I'm loving it. So I would love to give basically because this is by Owlcat, I would love to give an Owlcat Wrath of the Righteous experience of 40k a try. So I gave in to temptation, even though I shouldn't, and I bought the beta version. And we will be taking a look at it today. And if Spaceborne 2 downloads in a reasonable time, unfortunately, my internet seems to be running slow today, and it will continue to run even slower while I'm downloading in the background and streaming. I might switch over to it. Otherwise, we'll be back to Spaceborne 2 next week. With that out of the way, let's get started. Uh-oh. That wasn't supposed to happen. One sec. Man, I just can't keep it to myself. I didn't just bork one game today, I borked two. Ah, yes, Owlcat. And for those of you who may be wondering where my Pathfinder the Wrath of the Righteous playthrough has gone, because I know I said I'd return to that at some point. Unfortunately, life has just gotten in the way. I was doing Wrath of the Righteous when I wasn't doing a full-time job, and I had plenty of spare time. Now I'm doing a full-time job, and I'm bucking to improve myself, so I'm turning the volume way down. I do love the CRT monitors, that's awesome. Okay, the beta has arrived, Lord Captain. Gather your crew, board your void ship, and venture forth into the uncharted void of the Coronis Expanse. Technically not true. This is Warhammer 40k, so everything in the galaxy has already been charted with a few minor exceptions. Just by a long-forgotten human civilization. Anyway, let's get to this. Okay. Main story. Take up the mantle. Oh, I should say that because Owlcat doesn't voice a lot of their dialogue, I will be speaking over that. So if that bothers you, feel free to punt off and not listen. I know a lot of people aren't over enthused about my voice going on and on, so that's unfortunate. Although, for those of you who are interested in more Spaceborne 2 news, I actually have signed up to be a voice actor on Spaceborne 2. So they haven't accepted me yet. I'm still waiting for my email, but you'll maybe one day when you're playing the game, you might just hear me in there. You never know. Put my my amateur dungeon master skills to use in trying to cobble together some sort of interesting voice. All right. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, a scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate and expand the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of Don Valencius as it faces multiple dangers from traitors amongst its ranks to the numerous enemies seeking to destroy the most daring and brave amongst humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of shattered the reins of shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the rogue trader dynasty that finds itself in the vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and hearsay. My God, these are long-winded. The stakes rise as you cross the path of the most powerful adversaries and rivals that chase their own goals in the darkness of the Coronis Expanse. And let's continue. I have never played. I know I've played Core on Pathfinder: Wrath of the Righteous, and I'm going to say this right now. I know what the core experience for an Owlcat game is. I know what it is, and I'm going to be 100% honest. It is brutal. And I have no clue about Warhammer 40k or the Rogue Trader system, so I'm going to be a little pussy. All right. We've got 3 pre-mates. Hekata. Well, the avatar. Oh, that. She's sexy. That gun, though. I'm not sure if her sexiness comes from the gun or face. I'm pretty sure it's probably her face, but I'll say the gun. Not really as sexy. Ah, yes, Commissar. The stash. Oh my. Okay. I'm gonna create a custom character. I have no clue what I'm doing, so be ready to scream at me if you know what I'm doing, or if you can see I'm making mistakes. Ah, okay, it's just like Wrath of the Righteous. All right. Oh, hells yes. Oh, hells yes. Oh, yes. I would happily hit that. Of course, to be fair, with all that dominant energy and being a commissar, she'd be more likely to hit me right before she shot me. Okay, so it looks like we've got female Inquisitor, male Inquisitor. We have female Commissar, male Commissar. And, I don't know, male naval officer? That's definitely a female naval officer. Nobility. These are nobles. They have to be nobles. Crazy lady with crazy... I'm assuming that's female ecclesiarch and male ecclesiarch. And... yeah, I got nothing. Well, I'm a fan of the Caiaphas Cain series, so we're going male commissar. You can barely see the face anyway. That looks pretty good. Body type. Oh dear God, no. Oh dear God, no. Good enough for me. Hair. Excellent. Now, where's the facial hair? Yes. Oh, God. Clean but respectable beard. That's what we need. Oh, that's a bit too much. Man, they never do things in half measures. You want a clean but respectable beard, and... eh, that's not bad. Oh, there it is. Yeah, excellent. Also, yeah, bushy eyebrows is fine. Hair color, well, I'm a ginger, so, or I was a ginger. My hair has darkened over the years. But we will relive those glory days. Okay. Tattoo. Oh, I have a ponytail. I'll take it. I can't even see scars. It's like, what is the tattoo? Okay. I get it across. You know what? We'll just keep it simple. No. Yeah, nice double-headed eagle across the back. Implants. Oh god, how horrible am I gonna make my character look? Huh? Steam plant, go. Weird. You know what? Let's keep it simple.
I'll see you terminated.
Works for me. Next. Okay, Death World. Upon death, I know what Death Worlds are. Strength, agility, toughness. Can shrug off injuries, resist toxins. Strength is probably melee. Yep. And punch a foe harder. Yep. Oh, it's agility. Reflexes and poise. High agility can allow characters to manipulate delicate machinery with finesse. Yep. Is it ranged weapons though? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Voidborn. Oh, psychic. We can be psychers? Oh my. This homeworld is missing some content. Well, of course, it's Voidborn. There is no homeworld. Oh, so Death World is the only one that's fully done. Oh, okay, okay. Alright, alright. Obviously, not even worked on. Okay. Imperial World Military Traditions. What's Fellowship? Fellowship measures a character's persuasiveness. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna go with Hive World. I do like being a talky character. Ah, this is where you get to pick our clothes. Excellent. Astra Militarum, that's basically the armed forces. I said I'm going Commissar. Coercion. Yes. Fellowship. Yep. Weapons skill. Close quarters combat. Sweet. Okay. So I can up, okay. Well, now I'm curious. So what is ranged weapons? Is ranged weapons just a flat thing? Oh, thanks. I do like that Psyker outfit. That looks pretty cool. So you can be a Biomancer or a Diviner. That's cool. Alright. Or you can be a Priest. No, thank you. Oh, ballistic skill. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So it looks like the Commissar is meant to be... Okay. Interesting. Alright. Work in progress. Will be available with the release version of the game. My Triumph. Nope. Okay, so it's just out for everybody. Excellent. Good to know. Okay. Darkest Hour. Oh, okay, so this is just setting up your background, similar to how we do it in Dungeons and Dragons. Oh my. Doctrines. Fighters are combatants with exceptional melee prowess. I mean, I could lean into my melee, yeah. And withstand draw enemies' attention. And withstand drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. Melee, movement, and dodge, armor, and parry, taunt, receiving attacks. So this is the tank class. Oh, okay, so if you plan on playing this version for 10 plus hours, consider selecting another Doctrine. Oh, okay. Adept. Adept doctrine allows a person to use intelligence and perception to find... Well, I'm... Okay, so Commissar doesn't get willpower, but they do get... Okay. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Alright, well, since my Commissar does have, the melee, we will go fighter. Oh boy. Okay. Base stat fellowship, okay. Oh, interesting. Alright, so I'll put a... I got 30 points. Alright, so I already know I'm going to be... Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, so you can put 5 points in at a time. Okay, good to know. Oh, wait, that's ballistic skill. My bad. Weapon skill. Agility, because I will be up front and dodging. Okay. Let's throw some points into perception and some points into fellowship. Okay. I'm gonna be up front and personal, so let's throw some points into toughness. And I do believe... Yeah, let's just throw some more into... There we go. I have no clue if this is good, so, you know, feel free to scream at me if you like. Alright, my ship. The Von Valencius flagship. The oldest and mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valencius dynasty. What, do I get to choose a different one? Whatever. Every system aboard this frigate... Oh, it's only a frigate. Okay. Has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. It's what... Okay, yeah. Summary. Oh, okay. So... Really? Clement. Jabez. Aubrey? Seth. Here, come on, give me something. Percival. No, thank you. Morgan. Nathan. Abner. Oh god, not Abner. Alright, this one wants me to go with Seth, apparently. So we will go with Seth. Complete. Oh joy, it's a space wolf. Oh, that's far up. Gunrad... Oh god, why? Names, why? Gunrad, an excellent place for contemplation. The man who has approached you is gazing down at the depths of the vast temple on one of the lower decks. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity. Choices and dialogues were in dialogue. Okay, I got it. What would a commissar say? The background music is quite something, isn't it? I'll play it safe. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. The man nods in satisfaction. Yes! As if your words have confirmed some thought he had. That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service, until they have presented with a chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. He sighs and turns to you. I'm going to, speak of turning, I'm going to turn that volume down in a minute. Hyperlinked. Oh yeah, I know how that works. An imperial subject with a unique hereditary title. Yep. Allow me to introduce myself. Hunrad, Master of Whispers in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before. He bows his head and focuses attention on you. Divisional Commissar of the Officio Perfectus Seth Santha? Well, I suppose they have to give us a last name so they can... Oh, whatever. My regards, Commissar. Finding you was a difficult task, given your parents' fate and your upbringing in the Schola Progenian. Truly, our meeting is an act of providence, is it not? He smiles faintly, but you are not sure it is directed at you. Oh my! This is definitely a change from Skyrim and Fallout 4 that I've been playing recently. I like it. I will be frank with you. You may forget your family name no matter who gave it to you, or what its origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, your dynastic name with her lady... You share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. Come on, man. You're... That's pretty easy to tell. I assume you had some other goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it. But of course I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Elthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform located in one of the wings of the officer's deck. Let us join them there. I shall accompany you in a dialogue. %, should be fine. It's just so I'm not shouting over it. Oh, whoops, my bad. Okay, so let's see... Inventory. Guns, armor, other things. Explosives. Oh, would help fight. Usables, accessories, armor, weapon, notable, other. Okay. Stub revolver. Interesting. I assume most commissar... Well, I remember most commissars getting a bolt pistol. Or if you're Commissar Kane, a las pistol. Oh, penetration. Okay. Okay. Lots of things to go through. Just like a regular... Ah, my journal. Personally met with the person recently brought up... desires to personally meet with the person recently brought aboard her flagship stores brewing of the dynasty, so the Lord Captain has something important to share with her heir, if she'll ever get that chance. Oh, that's ominous. Okay, follow him to the officer's deck. We are in the prologue. Rumors! Okay. Orders. Okay, I assume rumors are just not quests, they're just tidbits we pick up. Okay, very good. Corpus Valensis. Ah! assume this is the, yes, this is the reference guide. Okay. Void ship. I get to manage my void ship. Okay. Okay. Whoa. That's a little bit awkward there, but that's okay. Posts. Okay, it's unavailable right now. That's fine. Cargo. Oh, okay, so it's also your main cargo. Good to know. Alright, well, that's enough derping around. Did I just jump down those stairs? Okay. Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some will allow to study objects, others will transfer the character to the neighboring locations, yada yada yada. Okay. A massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood. A resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. Fair enough. Bridge guard. If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servitization. Ooh! Oh god, no. Anything but that.
Victory awaits!
Yes, indeed. My god, those skirts! I applaud. Those of you who have been with me for a while and, you know, been to some of my previous streams know I have a thing for girls in big skirts. Master of Whispers, it's an emergency. The esteemed Lord Captain's pet has broken the bolts and... okay. What?
Death will find you soon enough!
Okay. Start the battle. Well, at least it's not Owlcat's traditional way of starting a battle, which is, I'm in the middle of combat, I can't position myself properly, so... or, not combat, I'm in the middle of conversation. And all of a sudden, surprise! Bridge guard. Janusian Reference? Ow. Okay, so he's a buffer. All battles in-game are turn-based. Yada yada. Okay. Movement points determine how far a character can move. 1 MP always corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Diagonally is more costly. Every second... okay, so every second diagonal move takes 2 MP. Okay. Oh, okay. Cool. So what have I got? I have pistol shot. Do I have my... reload? Interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting. Charge. I don't have a sword, so... Wait a sec, what? Okay, so it looks like we've got... If you still have action points, you can use other abilities of the character that don't have the attack tag. Press space to end your turn. Oh, okay. Oh, but I can't. Oh, right, I can't. Okay. Goddamn bridge guards showing off to the showing up the commissar. Not a good idea. On a day like this. suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. A wild beast breaks free of the officers on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. Without taking his eyes off the dead beast, the man removes the voxcaster from his belt and speaks a few quick orders into the device. He then turns to you. I've blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan. Okay. The lines on his forehead soften and his voice regains its usual courtesy. I'm afraid I must remain here, sir. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor. The Master of Whispers gives you a curt bow. Loot the body, loot the body, loot the body. Yeah, I already figured out about that. Yep. Loot.
A new challenge for me?
I don't want to do that. Can I loot? Huh. Interesting. Ooh, what's over here? A violet alloy, which turns out to be a crafted object. Yeah, okay, interesting. A black shard that resembles obsidian. Barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. That looks like Necron. I'm scared. Ah, cool. I don't even know if I'm going in the right direction. Interesting. Can I loot these dead bodies? Actually, yeah. Can I loot the dead bodies? Because you had las pistols, and that might be better than what I have. I'm going to assume the big door is where I'm supposed to go. Wait. Hang on. Yeah, I only have a las pistol. I've eventually got to pick up a las rifle. Or, sorry, not a las rifle, a chainsaw.
It's about time.
Shut up. I'm figuring shit out. Don't give me snark. Uh-oh. What happened? Over. Oh. Okay, I can't go that way. That's fine. Oh, I suppose we just gotta go over here.
Stand in my way.
Uh-oh. Edelthrad. That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by synth skin, okay, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into the trade structure with political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. Oh my god, she has hair. I'm intimidated by that hair. Theodora, the tall, gray-haired woman, not according to that picture. That looks almost brunette. The gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson, then suggests an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 4, Edelthrad? Listen in silence, yes. While you are considering your answer, Edelthrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. She nods in your direction. Approach. What is this? Edelthrad turns to you and regards you with indignation. Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such a fashion? Bitch, I'm a commissar. Although you're probably not part of the military, which means I can't shoot you. Damn it! Oh well. And here I was hoping I could abuse my privilege. I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. Theodora tilts her head, her lips stretch into a cold smile. This is Seth, the second candidate for the title of my successor. The rogue trader regards you with a look that is imperious, predatory, and oppressive. Step forward, Seth. Passive skill checks. Characters... Oh, okay. Reflect their current level of knowledge and ability. Sometimes you can get additional information in dialogue if a passive skill check was successful. Skill checks use the characters from the party with the highest applicable value. Oh, okay. Consider this hypothetical situation. Aeon 6. Aeon 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with the poisoned treasure? I'm a former commissar. I would continue sending in more people, one crew after another, until someone succeeds in their service to humanity in the conquest of Aeon 6. Sound like evidence of heresy. However, I put my interests first, no matter what means I would use. Must be purged. For the good of the Imperium, I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs. If I had played the clergy member, then yeah, I'd do that. But apparently I know enough about the war. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us an answer. Do I get any information? Okay. Theodora smirks. Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years, yet you speak of several. Edelthrad looks at you with the warmth of a snake. Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne, or do you, Seth, suggest that we use heretics who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such a profanity in the presence of his faithful servants. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was more than you could do. You know what? I'll take the verbal barb. The color drains from Edelthred's face, which distorts his features further. Insolent, ignorant upstart! How dare you! Edelthred. Theodora's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me, then, why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I think I made the right choice there. I beg forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time. Yes. Edelthred bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Either he's telling the truth, and, you know, I would have had a better effect if I'd picked a dummy-mummy character like the female commissar, or he's just lying through his ass and trying to save face. Either way, it's funny. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns to you. So, Seth, why are you here? There are questions I wish to have answered. You are direct. I approve. But you will have to wait. There's something I want you to understand first. Okay. My name is Theodora von Valentius Massimo of oh my god. Theodora von Valentius Massimo Afscaris. I have no clue what that means. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade. I actually don't know what that is. The sacred imperial The sacred Imperial Relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. Oh. Oh, okay, never mind. Kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where the wicked and heretical reign and bow death to ruin us all. Fair enough. It is my decision alone that to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. Damn! That's impressive. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no other planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. Well, shit. That's terrifying. And you, Seth, are one of those with the Von Valencius blood in their veins, and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. There are other heirs. Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthred may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as candidate. Okay. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Theodore sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad served me for many years before he made his mistake. Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you? His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name Von Valencius, even if he avoids using it publicly as such. Strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. His performance in his current role is satisfactory, or used to be at least. Uh-oh. Somebody done fucked up. If you are satisfied with Ethelthred, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me? Exactly. I have Imperial Guard officers to execute in the name of the Emperor for cowardice. Yes. I'm not a murdering psychopath. No, I'm just a commissar. Anyway. Theodora shakes her head. Impatience. I'm rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance, and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Ethelthred as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you have acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here on the Coronis Expanse. Oh, so she's building up a retinue like an Inquisitor. Okay, fair enough. Once you were a commissar in the Imperial Guard, a political officer who's not afraid to face his own death or send his underlings to theirs. Resolve, faith, implacability, all of this gives one a unique perspective when presented with situation where a less steadfast individual could falter. Trust me, your future holds plenty of situations where your commitment to your duty or your house's interests will be one of your strengths. And may I ask my questions now? Nope! The vox affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. Oh, I know what these are. Oh, I'm not going to be a sycophant. What are my current responsibilities? Tell me what I can do so I can get it done. Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and learn your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Ethelthred. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. Okay. Where's your ship headed? The Rykad system. the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valencius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. Fair enough. I set course. I set course for the Rykad on the demand. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look, then shrugs. For a very specific reason. Perhaps I should yet appraise you of the purpose of this voyage. But now is not the time. Alright, I got no more questions. In that case, I shall head to... The Vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the Voxcast, and draws her weapons. Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal. If the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated. I want a sword. I want a sword! Ah! There it is.
Submit, and you'll die quickly!
I'll turn you into corpse starch!
God damn it, Owlcat. Really? Well, she's buffing me, which is good.
I took care of this one.
Okay.
Death to the heretics!
Nice melta. Yay, nobody's shooting at me. Cover! Oh, excellent. So where is cover? No, seriously, where is cover? Controls. Highlight objects. Oh dear God. That's a lot of abilities. That doesn't show me where cover is. I'm going to assume because she's crouched. Oh wait, hang on. Oh wow, that... Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this system out. So I'm trying to figure out what those lines mean. I assume that means... Oh, I see. I have firing access at them, and they have... Oh! Oh, okay. I think I see how I'm supposed to figure out the cover system now. All right. Am I? Okay, so it looks like the red lines indicate I have cover for... Well, let's do it and find out.
Let's see how they respond to this.
50%, 91%, and I have a chance to kill. Let's take it.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
Nice shot. Critical hit. Your character's just landed a critical hit. Nice. Okay. Can I do anything else? I'm not sure how that works, but okay, we'll keep an eye out. Can I give it to Mort? Nope, okay. No, I'll end my turn. Nice dodge. Those are some meaty sounding footsteps. I think that's a plasma weapon.
Die!
Okay. Okay, those guys have that area covered. Positive effect. In a world full of deadly dangers, the help of your allies can save your life. Look closer. Your character has received a temporary positive effect from a companion. What? Hover over the small icon next to the character's portrait. Got it. Okay. Kill them. I don't know what BS stands for. Aside from bullshit. Can I... So did... Wait, what? Whatever. 50%, 50%. I'm not gonna be able to make that shot. 50%. He's in cover, so let's give it a try.
Too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Nice. Okay. All right. Nothing I can do. Uh-huh.
Reduced to dust.
Oh, we have opportunity attacks. I did not know that. Yeah, that's a plasma pistol.
For the glory of the Imperium!
Wait, what? Okay. When the hell did that happen? Oh, okay. Half cover, full cover. I see it now. I see it now. Let's take it. Didn't quite make it. God damn it. Seth, you were making me look so good, and now you're not. Oh, now you arrive. Theodora waves her hand in a commanding gesture. Mort, take a team take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single Horson survive. You know, we don't use the phrase Horson enough in the modern day. We need to use that more often. The rogue trader turns her eyes to you. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I've seen many an officer who would have panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security makes them much more susceptible to the harsh reality of warp transitions. He looks at the Vox in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. The incident with the beast on the officer's deck may be connected to what's happening now. Possibly. Quite likely. Theodora winces and flicks the switch on her Vox a few times. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation. What are your orders? She breaks eye contact with you. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the arch-militant requires aid, and be quick about it. Okay. By the right of blood, the officer's deck is under attack, yada yada yada, to journal. Concerned about the disrupted communications. Fair, fair, fair. Do I get to loot the bodies? Please let me loot bodies.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Elevator?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, where am I supposed to be? Why is there a servitor skull? Where do I need to go?
Victory awaits.
Well, at least my character's been taking care of leg day. Good lord, he can move. I don't see anything I can interact with, so I'm assuming that it's somewhere else.
Follow my lead.
Ah!
New challenge for me. Not my specialty.
I'm just gonna try something. I'm gonna see if I can. How do I enter? Ah, I can't. Okay. That was just a cutscene. Good enough. I'd just like to point out that the melter that guy is firing is meant to be an anti-armor weapon. It's meant to take down tanks. Kunrad, let's set aside relief upon seeing you. Thank Providence you are alive and well. Always on time, eh, Kunrad? The moment we finish chasing off the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You can set your chrono by it. He pointedly looks away from the arch-militant to you. Mort, pull yourself together. The arch-militant looks back to you. What? The Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We are all done here. I'll report right away. Mort pulls his Vox from his belt and hurriedly reports the situation. I just love my coat. My coat looks awesome. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report! I have not yet received word from the Enginarium regarding any Geller Field failures. I'm surprised they didn't put a hyperlink on that. For those of you who don't know, the Geller Field protects you from demons coming at you from the warp. And if the Geller Field fails, well, people are going to get possessed, and generally very, very bad things happen. But communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I'm receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only vox casts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. He pauses. That the madmen have already reached the officers' deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Ah! Mutiny! A job for a commissar! Yes! Number 2! Yes! First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure, and I have the means to do both at once. Her expression changes, and her eyes flash ominously. Her eyes, or just her one eye? Theodora looks at him. Ethelthred, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised... Oh, yeah, that's right. If you're a psyker and the Gellerfield goes down, you could be up shit creek without a paddle. Oh, boy! I tried to locate him. The last thing known about his movements is that he arrived at Transitional Deck 18. Blast it. Master of Whispers, find Ethelthred immediately. Seneschal, locate Talas and the Sister of Battle. Ah! Yes! The potential waifu. We must locate her as quickly as possible. Both are to remain at my side, Archmilitant. With me, I must go to my study, and it appears we might encounter heretics along the way. Seth? Theodora glances at you thoughtfully. Yeah, boss? If I may, Lord Captain. His voice is soft and cautious. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Ethelthred back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Archmilitant, and taking into consideration Ethelthred's psyker powers. Goodbye! Then it's settled. Seth, find Ethelthred and return here, in any state. This elevator, she points at the massive doors, leads to the restricted compartments such as my personal chambers in the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? I shall do everything in my power. Theodora hisses in a fury. Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. I'll have your heads if you fail. Is that clear? Then move out! Mort, come! Alright. Well, somebody woke up in a bitchy mood. Wait to get to here. Gives you a nod. Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. You can go in front to shield me from potential threats. What a cane thing. Alright, I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course you will. He rummages in his pocket for something. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs, but that is no longer relevant. With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. Ow! You bastard! I promised you a special destiny, Seth. It's time to fulfill it. Leave my boots alone, you jackasses! I'll admit, that betrayal came a lot faster than I thought it would. Careful, careful, be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber, and for that, I need him breathing. Wait, I don't feel so bad. Dickhead looks down at you. You are back with us, I see. Delightful. Okay, what's the meaning of this? You have just hit your head harder than I thought. You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this voyage ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power, the sacred warrant of trade. Only one obstacle. How big is that warrant of trade? I swear to God, if it's a little piece of paper, I'm going to be slightly annoyed for something with all this pomp and circumstance. A safety deposit box would work. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to the true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel. Okay, I gotta know, why are you doing this? What is it? Inbred is your blood? What is it, inbred? Is your blood to... How do we know he's inbred? Why are you doing this? Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on the ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my masters sent me for, the warrant of trade. What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel? Yes. On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Von Valencius. The Sentinel refuses to submit to me, but you can help. After all, isn't that what your family is for? Isn't that what family is for? Oh, okay, so he's got warp corruption. Good to know. Yeah, I got no intention of helping you. I'm afraid that you, Seth von Valencius, have no choice in the matter. He produces a strange object, a blade without a handle that oh no. Come to think of it, I might take some pleasure in doing so. Alright, to the void with you. Willpower 13. Your character's skills affect the result of their actions. A successful skill check can... Okay. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge: go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Can I do it? Fight the voice in your head. Oh yes! Roll result 33. Okay, so I rolled a 33. I had to beat a 55. And I have a... Wait, what? Did I... What? Alright, now I have to figure this out. Okay, so... I rolled a 33... 25 skill value plus a 33 modifier. Huh? Okay, this doesn't make sense. Roll result 33. Roll difficulty a 55. So if I had to beat a 55 and I needed to... If I had to beat a 55 and I roll, and I have a 25 to my willpower. The voices in your head persist in their demands, and yet you feel this unseen chorus momentarily waver under the strength of your resolve, until the intruding influence forces you to your feet and pushes you towards the gate looming at the center of the chamber. Oh, so even though I succeeded, I still failed? So did so I failed. Alright. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front pedestal. Into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twists slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. I have a 60% chance. Oh, okay, so tech use 30. Oh, wait, what? I get it. You look around and hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight. Look back. Did you forget something, Seth? I suggest you hurry. Okay, examine the device. Tech use check failed. Oh, I get it. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so if I have to roll at the difficulty, I have to roll below the difficulty value. This is different from D&D, where you have to meet or beat. In this case, you've got to roll below. Okay, makes sense. So in this case, whatever. You look over the gate cogitator. There is little chance that you will be able to discern anything about its design. Like any other sacred machine in the Imperium, this relic is a specialty of the machine cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With a screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic... No. Please, no. It's gonna bite me. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voigtgear wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Examine the sentinel. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you're used to. Copper threads stitches the skin. The joints are replaced by metal hinges. It seems the creators of the Sentinel did everything so that the result of their work would serve much longer than an ordinary working automatons. God damn it. Stick my hand in there. The Sentinel's jaws clamp down around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear the hummings as the servo motors start up and the pumps start into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Well, bugger me. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend that none of this had ever... High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance? You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled around you in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm. Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol. Oh, bugger, what have I done? Okay! That's one hell of a booby trap. Okay. Alright. Alright, one second. I'm going to turn down, I'm just going to drop the, sound effects volume. That was getting pretty loud.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, let's keep moving. What? Old wound. An injury which hasn't healed in time. Can be healed by... which wasn't healed in time. Oh, okay. Can be healed by a medkit, but it will require an additional medicase. Oh. Okay. I understand the trauma mechanic. We had that in Wrath of the Righteous. Actually, wait, what am I doing? Out here, out here. Is there anything I can loot? Because I would like a better weapon.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Is there anything in the room? Anything at all? No? Oh, well, it's the tutorial level. Alright. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade and bestow upon them the yada yada yada. Okay, yeah, whatever. It's to triumph over the nightmares and... Is that the warrant of trade? Holy tits, that's huge. Hello, servitor. The servo skull's creaking gradually turns into comprehensible words. Escort the child of the house to safety. I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora. Vox cast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing a connection. In place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skull's Vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valencius. Distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond doubt. Vox Master, restore communications with the Navigator Sanctum. I am still trying to contact the bridge. If anybody can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head. Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection. Alright. Give me a weapon. Distance from current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations. The servo skull... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop into the robot voice. The servo skull goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second passes, and you realize the servo skull will not answer you. Alright, who are you? Emperor You know what? The following acute stress, mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing... Oh! Okay. Alright, lead me away from here. Middle and upper decks, assuming the probability of safe placement in the areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received orders immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured. Alright, let's get the hell out of here.
None shall stand in my way.
Seal the warrant chamber! Ah, Abelard. Seneschal Abelard, Wersarian, has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and one of the sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nonetheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm, and his gaze is demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. Master Seth, whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... He surveys the carnage around him, his brow furrows, and he places a hand on his weapon. Throne, preserve me. What is the meaning of this? Kunrad is the traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here. The Seneschal's eyes widen. What? He intended to take revenge on Theodora for an old grudge and become the rogue traitor himself. Oh, holy God, Emperor! Abelard clutches his forehead. He looks lost for the briefest moments, but then quickly finds his resolve again. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny, and, Master Seth, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora. Really? We're doing this now? He openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny. Grok's seat. Then it is a small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal all passages between the decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels, but now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive and now safe, Master Seth. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out the disaster. No, I believe Lady Theodora promised horrible retribution if I didn't find my buddy, so we better go find him first. If for no other reason than to save my own ass. He examines you critically. You are in a bad way, Seth. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicare kit with me. And for the love of Throne, Now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without a means of self-defense. Here. He hands you a weapon. An axe, an auto pistol, a flak chest plate, and a medkit. Excellent. After falling into a trap or receiving damage that exceeds 50% of their total wounds within one round, the character receives injuries. Injuries reduce a character's stats, and if 3 or more injuries accumulate, the character will get trauma instead of stacking injuries. Number of injuries that cause trauma may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. I think I have 5. Also, the character gets trauma if they completely lose health in battle. Ah, okay, so if we pass out, we get trauma. Traumas reduce a character's stats and grant additional negative effects. If fresh injuries are not treated within 5 rounds, they'll become old injuries. Okay. After combat, the wounds of all members of the party are restored automatically, but the received injuries remain. They can be cured with use of a medkit. Old injuries can also be removed, but okay. Traumas can only be healed in the rogue trader's quarters on the void ship. Got it. Okay. Inventory. Okay. Black vest. Nice! Although I really wish I didn't have to give up my commissar's jacket. It was awesome.
I don't have time for this.
Fair enough. Okay. Seth, my boy. Is this a regular axe? Is that a chain axe? Oh, please tell me it's a chain... Oh. Damn it. Okay. Oh.
Absolutely not. Not my specialty.
Use?
I'll pass.
Oh. I see. Oh, you can only... Oh, okay, I see. All right.
Look no further.
Okay, to heal my guy, Abelard, please.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I stand in recognition.
Abelard nods in satisfaction. That is a noticeable improvement, Seth. Now, you are prepared for the trials ahead. Excellent. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although the strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communications with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So apart from the scattered boxcasts, we have no information to go on. Okay. But that is not the worst of all. Yeah, because it can always get worse. He pauses when the light flickers yet again. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are the signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. In the worst case, they have already lost control of the process, and we have precious few moments left to live. In the best case, we manage to reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. Some aboard this vessel may yet survive. Well, when it rains, it pours. In this case, it's piss pouring. What exactly has gone wrong with the translation? I'm no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. If that's the case, we'd all be fucked. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. Okay? If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we will not have long to live in that scenario, but even so, I do not intend to resign myself to such an outcome. Yes! Excellent. Alright. Will you lead the way? Absolutely. Let us proceed. A wave of static suddenly erupts from the turbo skull, and you can make out Theodorus words to the noise. To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor. Fight this heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might destroy those who have dared. The Seneschal's eyes light up, and he smiles with grim determination. The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward. Alright. Hey! Ambushed out of dialogue.
Run, fools, or fall!
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Oh, interesting. Oh, during a 0 round, you can move each character in your party up to their maximum movement points, but no closer than 1 cell to their opponent. Distance may vary in different combats. The deployment round will not be available if you are ambushed. Okay. Put your characters into position. Oh, tits. Well, our boy here looks like he's equipped with a chainsword, so let's move you in. Oh, I buggered up. Okay, I buggered up royally. That's okay, though. It could be worse, right? I don't have the movement points for that. Do I?
Nothing I can't do.
Oh, wow. So, oh, swing affects everything in front of me. Okay.
Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost.
I agree. Also, god damn, that was cool. Uh-oh. Ouch, it hurts. Oh,
It will be done. I took care of this one.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
Nice parry. Yes, get closer.
My ears are ringing.
Oh, I know what I'm doing.
Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Nice. And we're just going to take a little sidestep right
A
here.
tactically sound approach.
And line them up.
I will do like you. The more, the better.
All 3 at once. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, okay. Well, apparently the Navigator Sanctum is just... Can I... Yes, I can loot people now. Defeated enemies no longer need their things, but you can find valuable trophies among them. Finger time. Okay, hang on. So let's take a look at this. Let's make sure. Ooh, I have another
They
one.
say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Okay, I shouldn't be laughing at that, but at the same time, yeah, that was funny. Okay. Upgrade fighter doctrine. Choose ability. What? Choose ability and choose. Oh, I see. That's a really neat. Okay. So let's see. Choose skill. Skill, carouse. Oh, okay. Wait, I think I have to choose this first. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. All right. Well, if I'm gonna make my guy a melee, if I'm gonna make my guy a melee guy, I think I'm gonna get Taunting Scream. Okay. Wait. Recommended by current doctrine. Oh, okay. Hmm. Fighter's next melee attack gains a +5 times strength bonus. Yeah, but strength isn't really one of my things, though. Okay. I'll go with Endure for now. Next. Wow, I can increase my coercion to 60? God damn. Okay. Athletics. I think I will go with Carouse. I kind of want to go do Coercion, but what does Athletics do? Leaping, scaling walls, and swimming. Okay. Apply selections. Okay. Alright, we've done that. Oh my god, reputation. Okay. Wait. Drusians. Oh yeah, that's Saint Drusius. Alright, now I was... Okay. Upgrade... Oh, he's a fighter too. Interesting. We're both fighters. Good to know. Yeah, I'll give him Endure as well. And, wait. I'll give him Carouse as well. Whoa. Benevolentia. Oh, God. And what am I? Okay. Devotion to the corruption and taint of the warp in the form of submission to the basest and darkest impulses. But I love how the heat distortion from the candle is coming up and it's distorting my reading. That's actually... I thought it was my trick eye. Okay, so Imperialis. Belief in the holiness and infallibility of the laws of the Imperium, adherence to the precepts of the God Emperor and the holy chosen ones, carrying out his will, yada yada yada. Okay. Benevolentia, belief in the value of human life and freedom, faith in the power of good will... Oh, okay, so this is sort of, I get it. This is sort of the, okay, this is sort of like the, alignment charts on D&D. Okay, makes sense. Oh. Okay. Alright, inventory. Do I have anything better? Oh, okay. Better ammo. So better ammo. They have less a chance to dodge it, I think. Oh wait. So it's got better penetration, it's got dodge reduction, rate of fire is lower. I'll switch over to las pistol, see what it gets me. Oh, yes, hang on. Sorry, Abelard. I'm ignoring you, and I apologize. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You can have my old las pistol. Or my old, auto pistol. But yes, it looks like you'll be carrying the chainsword, so yes. Alright. I apologize. Onward. Oh, that's cool.
We must act.
Uh-oh.
A new challenge for me?
Okay, scary lady. Idiria, the woman before you, whips around and gazes straight at you, her eyes glowing with otherworldly light. And so he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim... Oh my god, what is with these people and using long-winded sentences? And fall victim to a whim of fate. You're a psyker, aren't you? Master Seth, watch your head. You okay? Oh! Nice dodge roll. Idiria. Abelard grumbles as he dusts himself off and grips his weapon again. Would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsaying plainly for once? That was too... Oh! Shit! She was... she was trying to tell me that something was going to fall on my head. Wow! Lady! Seriously. Just saying look out would have been better. The woman bursts into guttural, drunken laughter. Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud, and I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard. How they sing. Okay. Seth, this is Idra Palas, personal psyker and diviner of her ladyship, Theodora von Valencius. Abelard looks her up and down. Idiria? I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate, to die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn, and the roaring blaze. I see a figure standing. Who is it? Who? I have no answer. The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper. Its claws scrape against the walls of your mind as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you? Idiria nods, yet her gaze is directed somewhere away from you. The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear. Wait, is there a demon in my head? Oh, God damn it, there's a demon in my head, isn't there? Sometimes their murmurs are clear. They grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. Oh, damn it. Her vacant eyes flaring like embers. And you are Seth von Valencius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet. You hear a few clicks from the relays on the servo skull, which has followed you all the way here, and Theodora's scrambled words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency, to all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once, and prepare to launch a counterattack. That's Ethelthred, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to... Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, no number of Lady Theodora's heirs will be of use to us anymore. If Ethelthred, like me, has not yet surrendered either mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold out a little without us. He spits a florid curse. Blast it, you're right. First we need to deal with what's happening here. Yes, let's get out of the demon-infested hell. Alright, what are you doing here? The whispers called to me, and now I'm worried. The ones I could make out among with all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurts. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog. For those of you who are curious, Cog is a slang term for an engine seer or for a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. And the silence that followed. What? You don't mean the chief engine seer is... Yes, Abelard dead, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest, and it's better that we save the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks. Can't deny him. Deny her that. Alright, we must see if the navigator is well. Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin, the eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. Idiria freezes. Then she slaps her cheeks, rubs her face, and looks at you. The supernatural glow is gone from her eyes, and a smirk spreads across her lips. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests that there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect the noble mutant while we still... You're one of the mutants too, lady. You're a psyker. Wait. Oh, I can organize them. Okay.
I'm always ready.
A piece of pipe left a noticeable dent on the floor. Okay. Don't keep on... That's the Geller field. Well, hits. Time to go
Victory
murder somebody.
awaits! The Emperor is with us!
Show them no mercy.
Seth, my boy. Get into cover. Abelard, get into cover. You crazy lady, get somewhere. Alright, start the battle. Heretic Psychers.
Brace yourself, Abelard!
Oh! Okay. Yeah, that Psyker has to die.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call.
I did not plan that well, but that's okay.
Indeed.
Can I actually shoot? No, I can't. Okay. I'm out of action points. I see. As an adept, she is able to study opponents and identify their weaknesses. Or use psycho abilities. Oh. Oh, so she's a buffer debuffer. What is this? Psychic Shriek. Huh. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. The Adept randomly distributes int bonus stacks of clue marks among enemies in a 4-square radius within a 10-cell range. Clues remain until the end of combat and can add insight, a characteristic that decreases damage against the studied enemies. If the Adept hits a target with clue, it deals... if they hit someone who's got clue, it deals an additional perception bonus plus insight damage, removes 1 stack of clue, and provides +1 insight to the adept until the end. Okay. Interesting. Forewarning. Ah. Okay, well, I'm gonna hold off on that. Wait, what? Hey. I actually do wish they had the, Can I switch over to my guy? No, I can't. Okay, I have to do her. For right now, move up. Idiria.
I'm not so sure.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, it's line of sight. That makes sense. Alright, well, I screwed the pooch, so let's give my guy...
But of course.
Forewarning. Veil degradation value. Okay, that's something I have to read. When Psychers reach deeper into the warp to power their abilities, there's always a chance of an Empyrean... of the Empyrean bleeding into our reality, a factor that is invariably destructive and damaging. Untouched Veil. Lower chance to trigger psychic phenomenon. Each round, Veil degradation decreases by 1. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense, and I should be very, very scared of that. I have the potential to summon a demon. Good to know. If I overuse her abilities. Okay. Bastard. Use the hologram to gauge the efficiency of your attacks in combat. What? Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so let me test that. So I can place that. And then I can try a single swing. Oh, okay. So I can map out my entire turn beforehand. Good to know. Yeah, just shoot
All
him.
too easy.
Or not shoot him. Hit him. All right. Can I charge? No, I won't. I won't charge. All right. Got it. Abelard. Abelard, buddy. Buddy. Do what I know you can do. Murder
At your
his
beck and
face.
reduced to dust.
Yes. Very well done, Abelard. And oh. Okay. Heretic sharpshooter. Ah, Idra. There we go.
I know what is to come.
All right, hold position there.
That is not my destiny.
No, never mind. Within a 30 cell radius? Huh, I guess I have a limitation on that. I should have mapped my turn out. Huh. Over penetration for 0 butt? Okay, interesting. Alright, Seth. And murder his face. That'll work.
Forge ahead! You didn't stand a chance!
Excellent. On to the next one. Yes. Oh, wait.
Follow my lead.
Huh? What? Alright.
It will be done.
Oh, you have to charge the whole distance. Makes sense. Vespidas. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretch between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through two dark gill-like slits in its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sit in the center of its forehead. I believe Master Vespidas still lives. Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and the dark marks on the face of the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. I'm gonna trust Idiria. I'm gonna trust her to know what's going on. What's wrong with him? Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one. Why not all? The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from the box grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. You are in need of help. We have to get you out of that chair. Suddenly the navigator's body starts to thrash in place. Good lord, I've turned down the music how many times now? It lurches forward, then falls back into the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones creak and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses? The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiments slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouth-like pits. Oh. Oh, god damn it, he just got possessed. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing. There's a demon in my head! Buggering him! Succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. Its march thunders under the burdens of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one portent of salvation within me. Okay. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. Dark ooze from under his third eye has turned from a trickle into a stream, mixed with blood coming out of his nose, and there is a purplish swelling around the eye. Run! Flee from this place while I still have strength. The words come out of the Vox's labored rattle. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the wall. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. Yeah, we gotta move. The Seneschal gazed at the figure in the chair. The ship can only begin its translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelfred and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the Silver Skull relayed to us earlier, unless it was a trap. Alright. Idiria reaches around out towards the navigator, but pulls back at the last moment. Bedas. Good luck, and thank you. The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the Vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static, interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Okay, time to move.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Anything good? Anything good? Another axe. Scrappy auto gun. Well, at least I can give it to Idiria. Idiria. Oh, she has a las pistol. Good to know. So what does her... Oh, her psychic staff. Oh, it's a melee weapon. Oh, and it allows her to use her psychic abilities. Oh, okay, good to know, good to know. Very good. And she has a las pistol. Yep, okay, we're good. Alright, let's rock and roll.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Locked door. Well, damn it.
Follow my lead!
Yeah, sure. Take more goodies. Official stick. Come on. Oh, there we go. That's the elevator? Oh god, look at that beard. Look at that glorious beard. Oh, yes!
God Emperor, move through me.
Ah, cutscene powers. Alright, the Sister of Battle is here. Let the simping begin. Argenta. Argenta? Argenta? The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand, and for a brief moment it seems she's not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she can already tell my impure heart. Uh-oh, I could be in trouble. Abelard, Sister Argenta. The Seneschal's voice carries the weight of a command, and it seems to bring the warrior out of her battle trance. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you in good health and well armed. We require all the forces we can muster. I require other things, but let's not get there. We should have dinner first. Okay, I'll stop. I promise. The young woman called Argenta lowers her weapons and scans your small party with an intense gaze. Then she sets her sight on you. Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you? Seth von Valencius, the Lord Captain's heir. Yep. She gives you another stern appraisal. You catch something strange in the dark depths of her eyes. Some internal struggle or wordless... Actually, I wonder if she, because Sisters of Battle are so holy, I wonder if she can actually sense what's going on inside my noggin. It would be interesting if she could. In the end, however, she nods. The hour is darkening. The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades are igniting with the arch-enemy's hunger. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone willing to halt the advance of the dark forces. That is why you have come, isn't it? Yes. Sister, I beg of you. Abelard appears to be losing patience. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. Of course, we are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that. Yep, no time for talk. Very well, let us leave it at that. She raises her chin proudly. I cannot wait to rain fire upon more heretics. Each and every one of them. Lower Imperium succeeded. I guess I auto-succeeded? What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not? Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. Abelard shoots her a quick glance. And that story deserves its own time and conversation, under more appropriate circumstances. Good point. Every minute spent in idle chatter robs a soul of their life through the actions of the scoundrels and traitors. I am where I must be. That will suffice. Yeah, this is pretty much what I expect from the Sisters of Battle. Alright. Must get to the main hall of the deck. Through this door. Argenta nods at the passage to your right. I will go with you. I can't wait to destroy those who encroach upon the goddess. I'm sorry, but her enthusiasm, that's the word I'm looking for. It's just making me chuckle. We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl through the cracks to join the main assault, and we will take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a technomat with us. But we will see what we can do without one. Alright. Good to hear, sister. Ready? May Terra's light illuminate our path through the fire and darkness. I'm gonna have to start recording down some of these lines the next time I play a pathogen, a paladin, or a cleric. Yes. I'm not sure if that'll do anything.
It's about time.
Oh. We probably open with the right tool. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I have the tool, but I'll probably need an Adeptus Mechanicus priest to help me with that. It's blocked. Okay. I heard about a door to the right. Where the hell are we supposed to be going?
A new challenge for me?
Okay. Goods. Let's go to the goods. Well-maintained axe. I'll take it. To open a jam door, click on the icon. The character with the highest tech use skill. Okay. To open it, you can use special items or abilities. For example, a Melta charge will destroy the door and clear the path. A particularly bad tech use roll can cause the door to become permanently stay and impossible to open. Good to know. Okay, well, before we do anything, Seth, buddy, Seth, let's hook you up with that well-maintained axe. So now you hit harder. And sister, do you have a Melta? The Godwin Diaz pattern bolter, yes. Auto pistol, no. So we don't have a Melta? I thought Adeptus Sororitas always carried. No, let's see what.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
I love her voice actress. War hymn, shot on the run. Oh, so she can actually shoot on the run. Oh, okay. Okay, so she's definitely a balls to the walls, get into combat sort of girl. I can appreciate that. I promise.
We shall prevail.
Okay. Well. Alright.
Excellence matters.
Oh, okay, so the success of your actions in the game is determined by a roll of 100-sided dice. Each skill check has a difficulty of between 1 and 100. To succeed, you must roll a value... I already figured that out. Okay.
Victory awaits!
Let's just make a quick save right here.
Don't you dare to cross us!
I will take you down!
Okay, Seth. Argenta. Actually, no, Argenta, I will put you right here for now. Because Abelard, my rhinoceros, is going to be charging into battle in a second. Yeah, pretty lady with the crazy eyes is going to be put right here. Ah, good, that was covered. Excellent. Haha, you suck. Can be fired in bursts, attacking multiple enemies at the same time. When using a burst fire, choose not the target, but the direction of shots. Ah, there's friendly fire. Alright. Okay, so how did it? The marks. Okay, so shot on the run. The marksman gains +2 plus marksman's agility bonus divided by 2 movement points. Their next attack costs 1 action point less, suffers a -10 ballistic skill penalty, and does not count towards the limit of attacks per turn. Say what now?
I'll do it.
Oh, okay. So what? She can run now? Ooh, I think I saw something good there.
I refuse.
Eh.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
That's a bolter. Is that a bolter? Yes, yes. I just looking at that. What is wrong with me? Actually, wait, hang on. I want to switch her to her las pistol. Oh. Oh! She can do a pistol burst as well? Please don't shoot me. Oh, she doesn't have the ability for single shot? One second. Where do I find her abilities? Ah, there we go. Oh, apparently she's a fighter as well. Really? Well, okay, that's good to know about her. She's a little bit hereticous. Oh my. Oh my. Well, I would like to shoot, but well. Oh. Apparently this... Oh. Strange. Okay. You know what? I think I'm gonna have her... Yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna do.
Was that you? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Well, that works. I didn't expect to kill him, but that was a crit hit. Okay, he's gonna shoot her now. Or not.
At your beck and call.
Uh-oh. Well, here we go. Abelard? Oh, damn it. Full cover, yeah. Oh. Okay, my guy... I really wish they would stop hiding the... because I do appreciate actually having, like, being able to see the... How do you turn that on and anyway? And then... Oh! Oh, so pistol burst is just the... Oh, good to know.
Facing me was your biggest mistake.
Why did I not foresee this?
Nope. Nah, it doesn't look like I can touch that guy over there. That's fine.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh! Oh! She's terrifying, and I love her. Idra. Yeah, get into cover there, Idra.
What is this foreboding?
I'm gonna try it.
If only you knew what awaits you.
Oh, okay. So it must only a chain up to targets within an area. That's fine. I didn't realize that. Okay. Abelard, buddy.
My place is at the fore.
Get in up close, and we'll set you up for a move next turn. Oh, Seth. What? Oh, damn it! I screwed up. Ugh. Genta.
I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Who even taught you to fight like this?
Oh, god damn it. Oh, I screwed up horribly. I'm sorry, Abelard. Wait. Does she also... Oh, and she gets to shoot a second time. Thank you. Okay, so the shot on the run allows me to take a movement. So anytime I shoot, I can't... anytime I shoot, it takes up all my movement. So I have to move first, then shoot. Shot on the run allows me to take a movement, shoot, and then shoot again, I think. I'll figure it out later. Sorry, Abelard. I'm really, really sorry.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. One fewer target.
The Emperor favors me today.
Huh. Yeah. Pick up all the crap so I can sell it later. That's how it goes. Ooh. Am I the logic guy?
I did fine.
Okay, what's in here?
See? Right there.
Oh. Nice. Stuff to sell. Melta charge. Operator's gloves. Nice. That was good. Bonuses from items. Yep. Cool, cool, cool. I don't know who the highest tech use skill is, but we'll save that for later. Oh, Heretic Cutthroat. Stuff to sell later. Always good, always good. Another door to open. Abelard, get your butt in there.
I rise to the occasion.
Oh, no, apparently I did it. Alright.
None shall stand in my way.
Restore the power supply.
That didn't go as
Ow!
I'd hoped.
You bastard.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Excellence matters. This
Task
cannot
should have
be.
been accomplished easily.
Okay. Never mind. Goods. I'm not using a melt to
Done.
charge. Is that a cape? Oh, yeah, that's mine. Oh, thank God. More charges of the med kit.
What in the world? This
Never
cannot
doubt
be.
Argenta? Wait. Argenta picked the lock. Okay. Hey, got nothing against that. Ah, goods. Excellent. More stuff. More stuff. Yes.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The Whispers told me a secret.
Apparently. Okay. Multi-key. Universal lockpicking tool. Oh. Save that. You will need it, though. Melt to charge. Aw.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Fair enough. Benevolentia inherit.
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay, so you have to be... Oh, okay, so you have to... Oh, okay, so there's good God. There is... alignment restricted gear. Good to know. Yes.
Duty prevails.
It's about time.
More goods. Say goods. Goods.
I did fine.
Deck officer's helmet. Okay. Oh, it's an elevator.
Follow my lead.
Yes, thank you. Actually, can I throw that helmet on? I can. But it covers the beard. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Actually, can you wear this? Yes, you can. God damn it. Now you look just better than... You look cooler than me. I hate you for that. Alright. Quick save. Let's move up. The roar from the flame rings in your ears, and choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surprised by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valencius. Oh, no. Please don't let her have been possessed. Either that or she's just that badass that she can deny fire. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other raised in an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my heir? Oh, my. Okay. Alright. Argenta goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon. An apparition! A sorceress apparition! Trickery of the warp! I'll take it. That makes more sense than me. Sister, you will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He is staring at the rogue trader, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous. This is impossible. Theodore, I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible, Seth. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. The power over... No, this is definitely a devil's bargain. Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of those flames, Seth. Show you a path, rid you of pain. No. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word that Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer being nothing other than acceptance. Yeah. Do not listen to this abomination, Seth. If there is not but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. Okay. The void with you. You need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate. It is in this furnace. The people. Abelard looks back at the coughing, confused people around you. Seth, survivors from the middle decks. We must help the crew. Lead them out. Find a way around. Over the roaring flames you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them. Convictions. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect the convictions that can develop in 3 directions: Imperialis, Benevolentia, Hereticus. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, and unique abilities, and also changes. I'm a commissar. There are always other soldiers. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Oh, God. Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness, but are powerless to stop you. Imperialis, +12. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. I'm a commissar. There are always others. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and horrible pain all over your body, all over your scorched body, clouds your mind before suddenly retreating as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads through your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see aglow with the warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. I call horseshit! I'm a nobody. There's no way the Emperor reached out to protect me. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Voitgeir wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burned away the entity without a trace. Oh! Well, okay, if I was cleansed with holy flame, that's a different matter. Master Seth, can you hear me? The familiar voice cuts through the din and the pounding. Seneschal Abelard, Werestrain, is leaning over you, peering into your face with a look of worry. He notices your gaze and breathes a sigh of release. You are alive and sane, which is more than I was expecting after what you just did. Praise the Emperor. Argenta kneels next to you, and for the first time you see her eyes radiate pure, unclouded joy. We pass through the flames. Oh, how can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and the most steadfast in their faith. Okay. Okay. If this is what going after the Sister of Battle is going to make me do, I'm seriously reconsidering. Behind Argenta you see Idra, alas, doubled over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage mere meters from you. Did you see that? The Aquila. It was glowing. Abelard glances around and looks back at you, his expression now twice as worried. You are delirious, Seth. Whatever it is you think you are seeing. He seems perturbed by your words. He casts another surreptitious glance at the Aquila you just pointed at. Idiria wipes her mouth and rasps. What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us? There was no Theodora, witch. Argenta is staring straight ahead, then crosses her arms over her chest with reverence. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But Seth perceived its true nature. No, I just listened to... Never mind. Is that right, Adeptus Sanctimony? Is that right, Adeptus Sanctimonious? Well, what? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her. Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct, Seth, is bordering on madness or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remained. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke from my lungs. Truly, you would have received wounds like this. Truly, would you have received wounds like this if there had been no fire? The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed, as if it's something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor. Argenta herself sounds proud, even fervid. Admittedly, I feel I've been better. Honestly, I don't know. We are just in borderline ridiculous territory here. I don't even know what to do. No element holds power over the righteous. Now I sound like a priest. Like, dismiss and stand up on your own. I feel fine. Even as you are anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong, your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much farther. Ethelthred. Ethelthred von Valencia stares at you without trying to hide his awe. Seth, did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out a pillar of a fire with the rest following your wake. Yes! Yes! I loathe being late for an engagement. Yes! Nothing good ever comes from such rashness, yet it appears the Emperor favors you. Ethelthred examines you once more. Be that as it may, your wounds are highly worrying. Look closely at Ethelthred. Yes, let's test my warp knowledge. Damn! Oh, I succeeded. Ethelthred doesn't seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face took on a strange hue. Something like scales appeared on his temples, and there's a weird screeching noise in his voice. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The Psyker's body has begun to mutate, a consequence of contact with the warp. I see. You are not in the best shape yourself, Ethelthred. The Psyker grins back at you. Did you pick up traces of my blessing, Seth? Yes, the warp is taking its toll, but I am still sane and able to hold my weapon. I will fight for von Valencia's bloodline to the end, even if it costs me my eternal curse of mutation. Even if it costs me the eternal curse of mutation. I can fight, at least for the time being. Then let us steal our souls. Our greatest trial awaits. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon, yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways? It was at this very elevator, Master Ethelthred. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the arch-militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, we heard from her were Vox broadcasts. This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I'm still receiving fragmentary reports from the bridge. Kunrad was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once. Yeah, we need to get out of the warp. I hate to say it, but Theodora can wait. No, Seth. Abelard's voice is dry, but there is genuine concern to it. You most certainly are not. You can barely stand upright after what happened. It is best that we go retrieve Lady Theodora and let Ethelthred commence the attack on the guy. Something in the Seneschal's voice gives you the impression that his primary goal is, yeah, not yours. A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope. However, frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, Seth. May the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle. Ethelthred salutes you with his weapon and turns to his retinue. Okay. Works for me. So, where am I going now? Oh, I get a level up.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
I have an ability? Advance. Oh. Cool. Epicenter of Slaughter. Alright, I'll take bonus damage. Oh, wow. Taste the pain. After the marksman deals damage to 3 different enemies, their next attack in combat will deal... Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take Taste the Pain, just because she has that burst fire ability. Seems like it'd be really useful. No, not tag team. Taste the Pain. Yes. Yes. She brings the big boom. Upgrade fighter doctrines. Yeah, I'll give him... I don't think I've got a lot of tech use, so... I'll go logic, because I'm probably going to get a, Oh, yes! Yes! Making the enemies, Yes, 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 yes. Oh, wow! Okay, 0 AP. Pattern recognition, I'll take that. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna need some help here because I apparently have a wound. Old wound. Alright, Abelard, buddy.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
I could really use...
Let's patch you up.
Thank you. Now, where were we?
Excellent. Thank you, Abelard. Most appreciated. Like, what are you? Huh. Oh, no. Absolutely not. I have to learn how to select the group again. I'm not going back into that fire.
Victory awaits. We need to investigate.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang
A
on.
new challenge for me.
Plasma conduits. Okay, let's be careful.
I
around
won't
those.
tolerate weakness.
I could have figured that out. Ah, that'll be my room soon. Excellent. Wow.
It's about time.
Oh, yes! And that's my personal bath. Oh, yes! Oh, yes, I agree wholeheartedly. Please and thank you.
None shall stand in my way.
Nice bed. Smaller than I would have imagined. What the? Oh, that's... Alright. I'm just gonna be honest. Having fire, open fire on a spaceship is a bad idea. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, bugger. The parlor organ? An organ? Bizarre fragment hung on a truck door, the light smooth. Cool. Anything else interesting around here? Near? Okay, good. Because I could run up for the cutscene, or I could explore the room more. Grab the goods. Requires Imperialis adherent. Ah! I can't, but she can. Excellent. Everybody's getting more armor.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The hell is this? Probably my own personal elevator or something. Still. God damn.
Follow my lead.
OSHA regulations, people? Come on, let's have some safety barriers. Alright.
The Whispers told me how.
The scene of murder looks like something caught. Theodora von Valencia's body is sprawled out on the large, blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is lying on the floor by one of the bulkheads. The Sister of Bacchal surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the Archmilitant's body. Emperor, accept thy faithful souls. Well, Idiria's heart-rending scream shakes the walls. She collapses to her knees, her body shuddering as she weeps. Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this? Abelard, stunned, takes a few steps forward and leans heavily on the edge of his desk. His eyes are locked on Theodora's body. Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat. Like, yeah, I doubt it. He wished humiliation and suffering on her, not a swift death. It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes. Yeah, but even people from a death world have minuscule reflexes compared to that of, like, the Lucifer Blacks. I mean, take any Eldar, and Eldar has faster reaction time than humans. I mean, come on. Come on, Abelard. There's any number of reasons why Mort could have failed so horribly. Idiria sobs and gets up. She glances around, looking lost. I can imagine. I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me. I'll try to see what secrets it holds. Let's examine the Archmilitant's body first. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Huh. Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. So she didn't see it coming. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Idiria, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes. That's true. They do have the ability to conduct seances in 40k. You can actually speak with the dead if they've died recently enough. Although, my understanding is it takes a lot more than one cycle. It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul, and after what we saw on the officer's deck, I wouldn't risk searching for it in the warp. That's true. Inspect the shards by the desk. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that it is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Ah. Idra, what do these shards tell you? Idra scoops up a handful of the shards and clenches them in her fist with such strength that blood starts dripping on the floor. I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer, Lady Theodora and Kunrad. And what is that? Ah! She shakes her hand looking frightened. Something dark. Enormous. Oh, Seth. This glass thing was something nasty, that's for sure. Oh, okay. Also, yeah, the two of them were together? Okay. Tainted witchcraft. You cannot tell if Argenta's remark was directed at the glass shards or at Diria herself. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initial X, C, and a seal and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Handwritten letter with a seal. But try as you might, you cannot recall its meaning. Damn! What was the... Wow! Wow, okay, so I would have had to roll really, really low. That was a high difficulty one. We had best be on our way. The Crucible calls me to, the Crucible battle, But wait, we must see if we can find anything. Idiria, Abelard lays a hand on her shoulder. You can't bring her back. Let her go. You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart, but you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain, and when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born. Alright. Are we leveling up again? We are leveling up again.
I'm always ready.
Okay. I'll take a rank in athletics. Actually, wait. Ah, damn it! I double clicked. Sons of a bitch. Oh, okay. So that one was chosen for me. Never mind. I wish I could have taken coercion, but my coercion is still pretty high, so I should be fine. Sister? Demolition. Maximum rank is reached. Awareness it is. Actually, you know what? I'll give him carouse. Why not? Yeah, let's give her logic. Goods. Oh. FEL bonus. What the hell is FEL? Wait. Oh, I think she got a message from the Inquisition. Most people would know about the symbol of the Inquisition, though, wouldn't they? Rogue Trader's Cloak. Yes! Ah. There we go. Now I look even better. Alright, well, I think I've gotten everything. Time to get the hell out of here. Or, actually, hang on. I think I just have to go over to the...
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, damn it.
Annihilate them!
Ah!
Well, I screwed the pooch. You know, I just realized I could have pulled him back out and had a lovely choke point, but I'm stupid. Let's do that. Seth, get out there. Argenta, you can stay there. Abelard, let me keep you in reserve right here. And, Ideria, you stay back there for a minute, okay? Yes. And that's a combat servitor. Oh. Oh, yes. Armor protects the character from incoming damage like immediate. Okay, see at the moment. Armor set indicates what percentage of incoming damage. Oh, the type of armor also determines how successfully the character wearing it will make dodge checks. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. Abelard. Okay, how's it gonna go? Oh, excellent. So we get to go. I'm gonna end the turn right there. Seth. Yes, Seth. Excellent. Actually, hang on.
Already done.
Oh. Oh, baby, yes.
You didn't stand a chance!
Oh, okay. Combat servitor, heavy damage, fresh wound. Okay. Argenta.
Guided by faith! Each strike is a prayer.
not this Scryer's job.
Okay, hold there. Oh.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Indeed.
I'm going to charge and pull him back. Please don't let me hit the Sister of Battle.
Nothing of value has been lost!
Excellent. Nicely done. Got that really easily. Alright, which means... what's Control 2? Daring Breach. Has no limit on melee weapon attacks. Oh, I see. Sister, if you please.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
Thank you. Grace of the Oblivious. If they're into TGH. Huh. Anyway, except. Do I have it in less than 35? I do! What is TGH, by the way? Oh, toughness! Oh. Interesting. Okay. Let's
A
get
new
the hell out of
challenge
here.
for me?
To the bridge. Navigators are exceptional mutants who serve humanity as guides throughout the... Okay. Well, so much for that. Let's quick save.
I rise to the occasion.
Horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge. What horrific vision? But I'm so confused. Anyway, where are we going? Where are we going? Well, that's Voitger, or dipshit. God, this is an enormous bridge. Ah, line of fire. I don't think I can walk through that
Victory
one.
awaits!
Ethelthred. Ethelthred looks somewhat harrowed, but is still in one piece. He glances at you, then over your shoulder, clearly alarmed. Seth, you are here. But where's the Lord Captain? The Lord Captain will not be shorning us. Ethelthred gives you a confused look. Then, as realization dawns on him, his eyes filled with disbelief. No! The throat trigger is dead? Ethelthred shudders and grabs his shoulder. As you watch, the sleeve of his doublet bursts open, and 2 bone growths pierce through the fabric. No matter what the ritual Kudenrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I can't stand it. I feel my body changing with every second, as the warp rings in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all of the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity is victorious. I still got a gun. Idiria looks anxiously at Edelthard, then she glances back at you. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already celebrating. I'm a commissar. My job is to, is to inspire the troops. So I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat. Bert's worthy of a righteous soul. Oh, God. Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of warp if he gets some help from the bridge. That's true. He stares at you, and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. Then we have no right to bow our heads. Yes. Yes. You can see Kunrad clearly in the gloom of the bridge. He is holding the now familiar broken blade, stained with dark drops that seem to have pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time. He bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You can see how a wave runs through the whites of Edelthrad's eyes. They begin to fill with a sickly yellowness. To the party. Ready your weapons. If we are to die today, then let us die with honor. No, Seth. To die all together is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No, it will not be like this. Not today. Edelthrad lowers his head, then he sighs and locks eyes with you, his gaze cold, haughty, and fanatical. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm, and farewell. Accursed traitor, a time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches towards his death. What? Theodora is dead? He stares at you, seemingly in genuine bewilderment. No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't. Charge. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good.
Close ranks! I'll turn you into corpse starch!
Oh boy, I hope we have a blank on hand. Oh, God, I have no idea how I'm going to do this. Yeah, she's not in sight of anybody. Abelard, I'm really sorry about this. Idiria, yeah, Idiria, you get into cover. Or, no, that's not cover. So you stay in cover right there, please. Yes, take those two out. Yes, 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 yes. How many people would that put you in range of? Too many. He'll have a clear shot, and he'll have a clear shot. Okay, no. If I get him back there, that'll reduce the number of people who can attack him.
I'm not interested. Someone else can do this.
Hang on. Sorry, I gotta try something here, because I'm not sure if I'm getting this wrong or what's going on here. Okay, so I should...
A tactically sound approach.
Yeah, I knew that would work.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
And then... I should...
For von Valancius.
Okay. And now I should be able to...
My place is at the fore.
I'm actually going to get him out. I'm going to get him out of that. So that should keep him out of targeting
Tried
range.
and tested tactics are the best ones.
Wait, are you serious? Yeah. This ability is powerful.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Okay, and since I have unlimited melee attacks,
At
here.
your beck and call.
I still have movement! Oh my god! Daring Breach is ridiculous.
A
Yeah,
tactically
just
sound approach.
Get out of the way of him for now, okay? Nice dodge, nice dodge. Ouch.
Just a minor setback.
Alright, Sister. Sister. Oh boy.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle!
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna hold off on that. I'm gonna let my boy do his thing. We're gonna keep out of range of him for a second.
Nothing I can't do. Ha! Another clean strike!
Abelard.
Stop mocking me.
Oh, God, Abelard. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Okay, what have I got going right now? Bleeding. The target undergoes a toughness check. If failed, the target gets bleeding for 5 rounds. God damn it. Okay, Idiria. Do I move her up? What do I do? What do I do?
There is movement in the Empyrean.
I've suffered worse.
No can do. On it.
Okay, Abelard, you're gonna need it. Oh. What? Oh, damn it!
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Not a problem for me.
I'll be back. In no time.
Another one is down? Absurd. Suits my purposes. I don't have time for this.
Anything else?
All right, this is over. All right, I cannot punch this thing like I've done everything else. So this is the first real wall you kind of have to pass. So I honestly think that first move was actually reasonably good.
Follow my lead. It will be done. I will do my duty.
Curse you, miscreant!
I'm going to use... wait, what is this?
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. This is unacceptable.
Oh, okay, that was a bad idea. Well, I can make as many melee attacks as I want.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it. Eradicate it. Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Just keep going, I guess.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not!
Okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
God damn it. Well, I tried.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Okay. I've done everything I could. Alright. Seth, my boy. Let's stay as far back from this beastie as we can.
All too easy.
Ah, tits. He just recharged all of his health.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
You'll regret this.
Seriously, that's not supposed to chain!
I'm not so sure.
My place is at the fore.
I'll do it.
Already done.
Nice! Well, Idaria, since you really can't... Huh, cool.
But of course.
Hey, I'll take it. That was a nice psychic stream. Okay. Big guy, I'm trusting you here.
At your beck and call.
Yes.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. Eradicated.
Nicely done, Argento.
It's about time.
Can't talk to him, so... Goods. Mysterious sword shard. I'm not sure I... Master Helmsman! Hey, Master Helmsman! Bravo, Master Helmsman. System status report. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole voice is so overgrown, a foul wickedry will be scrubbing it off the vid screen for weeks. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Nicely done. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Seth, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valencius. You may not be Lord Captain, but you more than anyone else deserve to take a place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. I am ready. Begin the ritual. That's not much of a throne. Oh, it's Tzeentch. Or not Tzeentch, but Edge of Daybreak. A vision of unimaginable violence appears before your eyes. The flickering image shifts and wavers as if the azure-feathered creature is constantly changing while still remaining the same. One of its eyes engulfs in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. Its voice seems to seep directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears. Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flow of fate? Yep, that's Tzeentch. Just a guy. That's pretty much it. The creature bends its neck, studying you. For but a moment you feel as if it is wary of you. It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery. I have already resisted temptation to the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with a new illusion. The creature hisses almost painfully, as if wounded by your words. Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate. I prefer to find out at the end. Make things more interesting. The daemon peers into you. Your head begins to spin. Your stomach turns, and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. The shard of reality drifting through my domain is... Oh, we're in Tzeentch's domain? Damn it. Is merely an arena for the one who dared to vie for the favor of the gods. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, to procure that which elevates a mortal above others, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable. Well, by that definition, I just said screw you to fate. The aspirant was defeated, and thus gave birth to a new aspirant. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I see you on the day when the final dawn rises over the metal world, when the gates of the realm of the sorcerer open and set the truth free. I see you at my side on the day I rise again. I am the weaver of... Hello. Hello, Waddleness. Wadliness. I'm just going to say Wadliness. Yes, it is the burb. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. Waddle is fine. Okay, thanks. Waddle. Thank you. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will guide you, and the weapon of our return. The daemon reaches towards you and sinks a ghastly claw into your chest. A terrible cold binds your body, and a cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope, without ever letting you get a proper look at them. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. End dialogue. Well, tits. That's not good. Ravenor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments and then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the Navigator's Sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means the Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valencius flagship. We will honor his memory along with all of who died this day. Ravenor does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where is the Lord Captain? It takes time for Abelard to respond. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak. First Officer Abelard Wersarian is authorized to inform the officers. It is my greatest regret and indelible sorrow to inform you of the ultimate passing of Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius, rogue traitor in the service of the Imperium. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Abelard glances at you and continues. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision... I'm going to say nothing. It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valencius is Seth von Valencius, the rightful heir of the warrant of trade and the title of rogue trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, Abelard stops short and glares fiercely at the confused officers. Have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord! It is because of his toils that we still live. Yeah, I do agree. A seneschal is a really cool title. It's also an old one, too. French or British? Can't remember which, but it comes from one of those two. The seneschal turns to you. He looks at least half a decade older. The deed is done, sir. My apologies. I mean to say, Lord Captain. Oh, it's both. Huh. Good to know. Idle chatter is strictly forbidden on the bridge, but they do it anyway. Excellent. Excellent. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something to himself, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. Huh. Oh! French seneschals ruled over complete regions for the crown, while English seneschals were stewards. Interesting. Good to know. Although at one point the French and English did wind up... Like, I think the French invaded England, or England invaded France, and at some point there was a bit of a language exchange. That's why one of the reasons, one of the slang terms in Britain for the washroom, the water closet, the bathroom, is the loo. Because in France, one of the things they used to say before there was indoor toilets was "Regardez le which is watch out for the water as you're throwing your toilet water out the window. So that's one of the reasons why the loo is one of the... Anyway, you get the point. Well then, your lordship. You had us worried for a few hours there, Abelard offers a thin smile. But after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. That and it's just easy to hate the French. The medics only just saved you in time. Luckily, one of the healers remembered the existence of a long-forgotten augment station in storage. The blessings on the Omniscience saved your life. Some of your internal organs had to be replaced with implants. Oh, bugger. The good news is, now that we have the capabilities to install augments of any complexity. Oh, that's a fortuitous thing. The seneschal then mutters to himself, I swear, sometimes it seems new compartments spring up on the ship of their own volition. Oh yeah, that's not suspicious. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts had to be filled by the deputy. Oh my! While others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crew. I do not... Wait, what is on the agenda for the meeting? I'm a commissar. I must never show hesitation. I must always lead by example. Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Alright, I'm ready. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. I will admit, say what you will about Star Trek. Star Trek had unique bridge designs. Unique and nice and very official, proper, what you'd expect from a proper bridge design. Star Wars was, Star Wars. It was more about, magic space knights than, starship design. Except for the Imperial Navy, which was all about, just being as military as possible. Then you have the Imperium of Man, where it's just bling. Bling and religious bling. Crank 211. Are those Ogrins? No, I thought they were Ogrins for a second. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Seth von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. I'm an officer, I'm not a prick, so I'm not going to do 2. I mean, technically I am kind of a prick, but never mind, let's just go. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vidjis Suri Auta of the Tolman line Arnu Voxmaster. Her. Vox... Wow, she's kitted out. It's an honor to serve, your lordship, the Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. I can't see your mouth, so I'll have to take your word for it there, lady. Besides her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us, to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with the pale, almost transparent skin, large, dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired onto his face, gives a solid nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factorum Yanaris Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and general material well-being of the ship. That is one hell of a napkin. Collar attached to his shirt. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavyset man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. My internal lexicon is failing me. I can't remember what obsequious means. Anyway, it is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery on board. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Engine Master, a servant of the Omnissiah. Ah! 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Engine Master offers a salute resembling a dance involving the complicated manipulation all of the Text Priest's mechadendrites. Basically, a mechadendrite is a mechanical tentacle. For those of you who don't know. Thank you, Abelard. Oh wait, no, actually, is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Wise, head of the Astropass section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Wise has been in trance for some time now, attempting to contact the other planets in the Von Valencia's protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad something's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. All other present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make recordings of the proceedings. Oh boy! Well, let's figure out where we are. Master Helmsman, deliver your status. Right you are, Captain. Lord Captain. Cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our chief engine seer and navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to so much as set a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. I mean, to be fair, I'll take the warp drive being blown to pieces and being melted into a bulkhead, but alright. Your lordship, if you allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communications channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains a complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. Truly a blessing from the God Emperor. Okay? If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. As if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out so long as you don't worry on. So don't you worry on that score. All right. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material loss and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factoral. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty, hopefully in a blaze of glory. But tish. Abelard remarks in a low-pitched voice for only your ears. The lad is managing well so far, he can take the heat, so to speak. Ah, nice one, Abelard. Nice one. High Factorum, what do you have to report? A lot. We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and, unfortunately, this number is confined to the scrum for the lower decks, which are Wait, what? We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is confined to the scrum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also include trained professionals. So how's that? Oh, okay, I see. Wow, these are very, very long, grammatically complicated sentences, and I am just not reading them correctly. Ugh. Also, I've been talking for 4 straight hours, so. Ugh. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader Dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true, given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, rumbles Abelard, frowning. Okay? Engine Master, I will hear from you now. Zira Talar. Oh, yes. A voice distorted by Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain. I'm not doing the robot voice, by the way. My throat is almost shot to shit now. Lord Captain, the foes that set up on this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but the spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must report that the chief engine seer, overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little detestable flesh that remained a part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. I get the picture. I don't need to translate it, and I'm not going to insult the poor guy on his first day. I'll wait for the second. The tech priest bows her head. Oh, okay. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, Lord. We've got no able glue. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Oh, somebody's about to get smacked. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile, bitter reply. It's as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. Oh, I see. So that formatting is supposed to be there, and okay, so that's a minor mistake. The ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to Void knows where. I'd actually like to know that too. I have no clue where we're supposed to go. Silence! Enforcers, seize this mutineer. No! Don't seize him. I'm a commissar. This is my job. I know exactly what to do here. Ah, that was unnecessary. Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all, your lordship. I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. Stand down. Release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we have all endured. Yes. A show of mercy. A show of mercy to inspire loyalty in the men, and to hopefully shake the Master of Ordnance out of his funk. Yes, I think this is the right choice. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. The Master of Ordnance stand up, wiping the blood from his broken nose, his face a picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. Exactly. And he will go forth and spread the rumors of my mercy and my greatness among his underlings. Yes. I love a good plan. I have no idea, I'm probably talking out of my ass, but, you know, who knows. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new chief engineer and navigator. Is that all that's preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind, this will not be the end of our trials. The ship is in need of serious repairs, which we can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. Okay. Thank you. Dismissed. The officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates, your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here, to this system, for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything? And I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor... Okay. I know what a Lord Inquisitor generally is. Like, there's Inquisitors and then there's Lord Inquisitors, which is even more terrifying to deal with. Okay. I would be honored to fill the Inquisitor's commission. What is it he asks of Theodora? Actually, yeah, I did come across the same. Yeah. Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Xavier Calcazar. Excellent. Excellent. Continue. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Hendrik von Kalox, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either Navis Nobilite or the governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. Unless he doesn't want to be found, in which case that could be difficult. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but a mere taste of the daily is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Well, that'll be a change. Ah! Idira? Idiria. Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward Idiria. The Psyker is suffering from some ailment or dark madness. She insists on seeing the rogue trader. I judge that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. Okay. For a brief moment, Sister Argento's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Talk with me when you have time, rogue trader. Well, we're simping for the Sister of Battle, so I will talk with her immediately. Idira's mutant eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak! Wait. What is it? Ah, yes! That was what the demon was saying. Idira? Come to your senses. Damn it! Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is headed our way, and I can't make out what it is. No matter how hard I try, a single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing. And ringing like an echo. Like a bell. We cannot extract any information out of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? No. Not yet, anyway. The voices are going berserk. All shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? If there is nothing else of value, I declare this briefing concluded, and we must now suck up to the Sister of Battle. I mean, main wife. I mean, Sister of Battle. A thin pale woman. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Fellowship 20. Ah! I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Excellent! Yes! What did I have to roll? Oh, yeah. Well, it is done, Lord Captain. Continue. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll throughout the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Alright, that will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Alright, it has been 4 hours, and I have been talking non-stop. I have shredded my vocal cords, and this is a great place to end. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I hope you enjoyed it. I don't know if I will be continuing Warhammer 40k, but tomorrow I will be streaming a co-op stream of Mist Uru, for those of you who are interested. So please feel free to join me and my moderator tomorrow at 6 o'clock Mountain Time, Calgary time, if that interests you. I also try to stream twice a week on Thursday and Friday, but if Warhammer 40k, if I like Warhammer 40k, I may bump it up to 3 times a week. We'll see. Or I may give up Spaceborne 2 for now until more significant releases have been made available. So once again, thank you, everybody. If you want to see my previous broadcasts, I have a link on my Twitch page to my YouTube archive. Feel free to go there. And I hope you enjoy your evening.